Hello. Hello. Hello, Amir. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining. So today I'm gonna work more on music and ambience. Because we started that a few days ago, and then I switched to the morph functionality. The morph functionality is pretty much working. If you want to see it, I can show it to you. And it's kind of okay. I mean, I have few issues, but I don't think I'm gonna fix them now. So basically there are two kind of preset, okay? One preset which is for characters, I mean player characters, and one preset which is for monsters. As long as you stay within one preset, everything is working fine, right? So if I am this guy and I morph myself into something else, yeah, the light is always a bit, the light is always a bit... It's like if our character is not receiving the reflective light the same way, but... so if I morph myself into the female version of this, right? Yeah, you see that this works and I can walk properly, right? Now, the weapons, I mean, the hair is actually randomized. Because actually we have different type of hair. So I think if I do it again and again and again, no, the hair is never changing. In theory it should change. Maybe it's checking that it's the same race. Maybe. In theory we should randomize. Yes, you see this one is different. Has been changed. Okay, so yeah, when you switch is randomizing the hair. Now the textures on the on some of the pieces may not be correct, so it's just a matter of putting them back in place. I think. I mean, yes and no. Anyway, yeah, it's working. I don't know. But anyway, everything is working. Also, if you morph into another, I mean, it's not perfect, so if you morph into a creature, is working. The only problem you will have is that any weapon that you are holding in hand, you know, is going to the ground just because you don't have the sockets for it. Right? But you can walk around and do whatever you want. Now, the problem is when you go back from a race like that to a player character. This is the case that is not working yet. Hello, friends. Hi. Hello. Hello, Medjay. Hi, welcome. Hello, One Learner. Hi, welcome back. So this part of the polymorph is okay, but if I now try to go back to this lady, you see that it's not working anymore. But you know, I care up to a certain point. I think if we can already morph within a single group, being monsters, I think is absolutely fine. Right? So you can already morph between, you know, all these different guys. So to me that's fine. So I will stop working on morph. Yeah, we still have that issue, but I would say it's a minimal issue, and so I don't really care too much about it. So I think we are gonna go back to what. By the way, today I bought a new mouse. I did some checks on different mouses. I have a pretty old mouse, even if it's a good one, but it's a pretty old one, which is this one. That is my current mouse. Let me see if we can still find it somewhere. Yes and no. Because the thing is a bit too old, you know. Yeah, this one. That is my current mouse. But it's quite old, it's many years ago. But it's still working pretty good. Also, he has the ability to, you know, remove weight from it or change weight based on, you know, how you want to set it up. And yeah, but I mean, a lot of time went since I bought that, and so at the end, I bought this one. That is the one that I bought today, and should arrive tomorrow already. Sorry, it's in Italian, but the explanation is in Italian. But I think it should be a good one. And I will test it against the one that I have, and see if it's better. It's still very light, you know, in terms of weight. I was reading last night, Epic Unreal Engine store, transportation, route the we are using the route to get the information. What do you mean? No, we have a route. I mean, you need to have one route on each character, otherwise things are not gonna work. So it's pretty much mandatory, you know, to have a route. You have to do it. You have to do it. Let me just close some stuff that we don't need at the moment. Okay. You have a G502. It's like spyware. Okay. Yeah, the G502 was also on my list. The only thing that I didn't, I didn't get this one. I had three mouses on my list. The Razer that I got, the SteelSeries Rival 5, and the Logitech G502. The only reason why I didn't get the G502 was the weight, because I want to have a very light mouse. I mean, my grasp is kind of a claw grasp on the mouse, and I like to have it super light and very sensitive, you know. And also I've seen that it was slightly bigger. Now these sizes are a bit upside down, but anyway, I mean the 12.7 corresponds to the 13, so it's about 0.5 centimeters more on one side, and about more than 1 centimeter on the other side. So it's a bit larger, you know, and the height is about the same, but the weight is significantly different. So it's between 82 grams and 121 grams. So it's a bit of a larger mouse. I think it's a mouse maybe that you can use for maybe more for MMO, because maybe you have more keys, you know, and more setups. I don't need a lot of keys. The only key that I need is this one. So when I press this key, basically I'm holding W and Shift. Okay, that's the only key that I have set up, because in some video games, including Plane Shift, you have to keep pressed you know, the W and the Shift, and it's very annoying to do it manually. And so I decided to yeah, to do it do it with a key, but that's really the only key that I use. I don't use the DPI change. Maybe it's more used for FPS, but yeah, it will arrive tomorrow. I will tell you how it feels and how it looks. I mean, how it looks you can see it from the website, but I will tell you how it feels, if it's better or not than my current one. Also, my current one is starting to get a bit old, and yes, I had to remove all the bottom, how to call them, separators, or yeah, I have to remove that because they were breaking up. Okay, so the plan for ambient sound and music, and I think I will have to stop the music though, because otherwise we're you know, a background music plus my music. The plan for this is to go through the list like we were doing the other day and assign ambient sounds and music sounds and environment sounds, so in terms of emitters, right, basically to everywhere in the game. I want to do it once, and when it's done, you know. And so what we did, we created a new folder called ambience, and we created here emitters, which sounds like environment, like birds, right? Or other stuff like that, or something dripping in a cave. And what we call loops. Loops are basically continuous sounds that are running in a loop, and they are usually ambience for a specific sector. Hello, Sergey. Hi, welcome. You can customize the weight underneath. Okay. Yeah, I basically, the one that I have, this Razor Black, I completely removed the weight at the bottom completely. I don't know how much is weighting now. Let me test it with the scale. 1 second. I don't know how much is weighting now. But I basically stripped everything from it. So I even removed some parts of it to make it lighter. Now the problem is the cable, but let me try to put it on and see. Yeah, at the moment is 84 grams. With everything removed is 84 grams. So I think will be the same as the new mouse, because the new mouse is 85 or whatever. So yeah, I didn't test it, but it was a good idea too. I don't know. I'm very used to have a light mouse. So okay, let's go. So I don't remember exactly how we were working on it, but I think we were just opening the files, right? Yes. So we have all our files here, which are the ones coming from Legacy. And every one of these files is describing the music, ambient sounds, and emitter sounds that we have in the old levels, right? So the idea is basically to open up this file like we have here, check the background music with the mapping that we did, content data music ambient CSV. Do I still have it open? It's this one. Didn't we have the mapping of this? Holy shit. Wait a second. Didn't we have the mapping? I hope we didn't lose it. Holy fuck. I think we have a problem. I think we have a problem. You know why? Because I think I saved... holy shit. That was a bit stupid. I saved... I saved it in CSV. And obviously CSV can save only one tab. Did I really do this? Did I really do this? I'm checking in the old stream. I'm checking in the old stream. Wait a second. Wait a second. Really, we did something so stupid? I mean, I did it. Obviously, you didn't. But I just want to see if it's the same file. Yeah, it's the same file. Fuck. No. Okay, we can. You know what? We can take a screenshot of this, and we'll be good enough. We can take a screenshot. I think we matched all the songs, and this is the beauty of being live, because I can just copy all of this. I think we reached the mapping. Yeah, the problem is finding when I was at the end of the job, but I think it was about here. Because we mapped, there is a video, by the way, this is not me. You will see me double. You see that I'm double. Oh, there's one on the video and one on... we need to find... let me put it in maybe 2x. Let me put 2x when we finish the mapping. Right? Stop. Yeah, it was exactly there. It was exactly there. I think that is the end of the mapping. Blah, 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 blah. I'm speaking a lot. But I think that was the end of the mapping. Can I switch to the other tab, please? We can just take a screenshot and we will have all the mapping anyway. It was very stupid of me to save it as CSV. Yeah, I had a spreadsheet and it actually was a spreadsheet, but it was then saved as CSV for compatibility with Unreal, and that fucked up everything, unfortunately. I just need to find a moment where I have it open. I think it was exactly there, but now I lost it again. A moment where I have it open and we can just take a screenshot and that's it. Because here we were working on the... Come on. Unfortunately, it's a video of 9 hours. It's a video of 9 hours. And so... Okay, see it. Okay, I think it is the wall mapping because we have all the mapping. Okay, So I think we can just take a screenshot of this, right? Because this is what we need. And if I want, I will put it back into the original form, but now I don't really care about it. The only thing I care is our mapping. So yeah, I saved it in CSV, and so it destroyed the second tab. That's basically what happened. Okay, that is what happened. Fuck. Sometimes, you know, we do stupid things, but luckily it was completely you know, was captured on the stream, so so no problem. So no problem, boys. No problem. So this one would be called music mapping .png. Okay. Yeah. The only thing that we needed to get from this file is the new names that we gave to all the different OG, and the fact that we are going to re-import these ones, at least the ones that we like, and we are going to put these ones into new areas. So this will be, let's say, this part will be new, right? This part will be new for Unreal, because these songs were actually not connected, right? We're not connected. Or, well, no, sorry. They were connected, but not all of them. Yeah, it was like a 9-hour thingy, so, but... and... Okay, someone is inviting me to play, but I cannot play now. Okay, so what we want to do, we want, yes, to continue this file and to compare it with these ones, right? That we get, OJA, the sector. So for this sector, we set, we have two ambience music. One is OJA Road 2 and one is OJA Road main. Okay, so basically we used the OJA Road 2, which actually maps the OJA Road 2, which actually maps to Road to OJA Veda, this one. And then we used the OJA Road main, which is this one, Streets of OJA Veda. Okay. Okay. So here we have a bit of a reasoning to do, because in theory, you know, in our maps, at the moment, I don't differentiate between these two sectors, while I think we should, because music goes directly hand to hand with sectors. So I need to decide 1 second what to do. Because in theory, we could have, you know, we could have only the city. We could have only the main city. So this part as a separate sector. So when you enter here, you have, now the problem is, how do we call it? Because in our database, well, we have Akka East and Akka Central. That's for sure. So we have two sectors dedicated to that. I think the easiest will be to recreate these two sectors. Yes, I think it is. I think it's the easiest, because if we try to go against the old definition, at least for now, we're going to break a lot of stuff. Like there are items placed, you know, and so we cannot really do it easy. Let me just see one thing. If I go under sector in production, did we remap? We remap them at the same, with the same coordinates. We remap them with the same coordinates. 508, 381. So most likely we remapped all of this to to the wall Ojaveda map, most likely. Yeah, which is this one. But for example, outside the city, you know, outside the city, I would not want to have the same music and the same ambience, right? So I would like really the city to have a special sector. Now the problem is that the sectors are listed in terms of importance, and so I will need Ojapat to be before or after. I don't remember. I think it must be after. Like the more specific should be inside. The more specific should be inside. Should be first. I mean, the more specific should be first. Let me just check one thing here. Idla Temple, Idla Plaza, Idla Tavern. But here I think we already have a problem. We can test it. We can test it because temple. Okay, let me do one test because we need to solve this problem of sectors, because if we don't solve it, we will never be able to do what we want to do. We will never be able to do what we want to do. So I need but I think we will need to have some changes anyway to the sectors, mainly in terms of priorities. Or I create a new priority, or I mean, you could have a city music close to the city. Exactly. That's exactly the idea. The idea is to have, you know, music defined when you are inside the city and music when you are outside of the city and things like that, right? And ambience as well. And also ambience pretty much the same. So I need to teleport myself back to where I was, because I need to go here. And we need to test few things, okay? We need to test how our sectors, but it is a very good change that we need to do nonetheless. It's something that I was, you know, waiting for, because I said maybe we will change it, but now I think it's time to do it. Okay. And by the way, you can hear the birds. You can hear the birds in the background because the ambience music is working. So if I do position here, okay, it's telling me that I'm inside the Hidla Plaza sector. Okay, perfect. And this is the big sector, right? Now, if I go inside the temple, right? If I go inside the temple and I say, and I do /pause again, he's saying Hidla temple, right? So he understands that I'm in another sector. Perfect. But this is because the temple is before, you see, is before Hidla Plaza. We are testing in a sequence, right? We are testing in a sequence. The reason is the more specific should be first, right? Otherwise, you are testing on the second one, and the second one is also including the temple, right? Because in reality, I mean, if you look at it from, I need another paint. If you look at it from the top view, right? If you have a sector which is this, and then you have a sector which is this. If we just check, you know, the coordinates, and and your character is sitting here, right? If we check the outside sector first, it will say yes, you are in this outside sector, which is not what we want. So here the problem is that I need to change the sequence, right? I need to change the sequence, and I don't know if we can. Did I add a priority column maybe because I was a smart guy? Priority. I was a smart guy. I remember this. I remember we did this. Very, 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 very good. Priority. Used to sort the sector when one sector is inside another sector. You see, it's saying exactly this. Finally. Okay. Thank God I didn't forget. Okay, we have the priority. So actually, if I go, so you see that Idla Plaza is actually priority number 4. So if I go to the tavern, I don't have an easy teleport, so I have to go by walking, but it's okay. We can go by walking. You see, this is where my W shift is helping me, because I'm actually not using the keyboard at the moment. Yeah, many of them are 0 because they are not been set yet. It is exactly the work we need to do now. Otherwise nothing will work. Because I never did that job. Yes, you see, it's saying Idla Tavern. Okay, perfect. This is beautiful. Okay. So I never properly define. For example, in the tavern, we can have no birds, right? You see that the birds are still there. We can decide that in the tavern you cannot hear the birds, but maybe you hear the sound of the kitchen. I don't know. Or you hear, you know, some noises of people, even if there is no people. But so okay. In Arial, you can map the Shift W to anything you want. What do you mean to anything you want? I mean, the point is that I'm not pressing anything. I have a macro on my mouse. That's the thing. But it's okay. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Okay, so if this works, it's very nice. And we already have the priority. Now, I don't think I'm doing any manipulation. I don't think I'm doing any manipulation in the update script, right? Because we have this huge update schema script, which is actually supposed to do all the work on sectors. And you see that here we are updating the coordinates of a number of them, but not all of them, because I didn't do yeah. And for example, here we added the homestead sector, for example. This is not a very easy job. I mean, it's easy, but at the same time, it needs some reasoning, because, I mean, it's just data. It's just data, so there is no programming involved. But we need to, basically what we need to be sure is that, one, the old sectors are still respected, right? Two, that we associate the proper coordinates to the sector in Unreal, and three, that we have the proper ambient music that we want associated to those sector. And I would say even four, if we want to add new sectors, we should put them here with the right priority, right? So the only problem is that if I If I do it on stream, it will be a kind of a big spoiler, but it's okay. Like I need to take the full map, you know, and split it in areas based on what is there, but it's okay. I think we can do it in pieces. So for example, Idla Plaza at the moment is, let's start with Idla because it's the hardest one, I think. Is the hardest one. No, let's do it. Wait. We have the file already. Let's do it in this file. Because I think I have. Yes. In this file, we have basically all the sector of the game, right? We have all the sector of the game. So I may say. Did I write anywhere those coordinates or I wrote them all in the DB? I think I wrote them all in the DB. I think I have them only here. But it's okay. Eh? It's okay. What I'm saying is that I think that I need something like this. I need a Akayo XML, right? Akayo XML. And inside Akayo XML, I have, for example, OJA path, right? So this is what we were calling region, okay? Region doesn't exist in Unreal. And sector also doesn't exist, but now we added it. So this one actually exists. But let's say the region, for example, is Akayo, and in Akayo we have OJA path, Akayo Central, and Akayo East. Okay, so these are the three sectors. Now, our point would be to make, and then we have and then there is another problem though, because it's just Akayo. But then we have do we have an OJA Veda? We have an OJA Veda road. Yeah. We have two OJA Veda road, and mainly the OJA 2 is the one that is closest to the city. So this one may be connected, but it's fine. In fact, I have an OJA road 2. Okay, perfect. But for example, I don't have an OJA path, and I don't have an Akayo East and Akayo West. I don't have it. Okay. And Akayo Central. Okay. So we can do the following. This one will be the full map, right? And at the moment in the database, I think is not set to anything, because I think I didn't set any of those coordinates. I set only OJA 2. But if I search OJA path, which is this one probably will be empty. Yes, exactly, it is empty. And AC Central e AC East. Actually, this one have coordinates. These ones have coordinates, which is a bit weird though. I think I did it. I think we did it the other day together. Yes. We did it the other day together, and I didn't set... it's here, OJA Veda. 508 minus 381. Yeah, it's this one. But this one is taking the whole OJA Veda map. And in fact, I set it on 18 and 19, which are these two. Right? AC Central and AC East. Okay, so I think that the point will be... it's not very easy, but we can do it. We can do this. I will have to set this coordinate, right? this coordinate on Ojaveda path, and I think we will use Ojaveda path as the full sector, around Oja. So basically all of this. Or maybe to avoid messing up, we could even create a new sector, right? We could create a new sector because I have two options. Or I use all of this as a single sector and I reuse the existing Oja path. In theory, Oja path was only this piece, so was the small road that brings you in front of the city into the city, right? What are the disadvantages of that? If I take this and I expand it, the problem will be that if we have any item in the game which is saved on the database on that particular sector, and if we are doing any translation on it, it may no, but that is not gonna affect anything. That is gonna work. Now the translation of the database coordinates from the old coordinate system to the new one should not make a difference here. The only thing that makes a difference is when we save the new items. When we drop an item to the ground. So if I'm a character and I'm dropping an item on the ground and I'm here, at the moment this will be an unidentified sector, right? While if I associate it to Oja path, yeah, I think it's okay anyway, because I don't see any drawback of expanding that sector to be the wall area. Even if I think it would be nice to have maybe a desert sector so that all the desert, you know, is using the same ambience. Unfortunately, I don't have it loaded. I think I need to load them now. But here there is more desert, right? In this area there is more desert. So maybe all the desert can be the same ambience somehow. Let me just check one thing, if this coordinate, but I'm pretty sure these coordinates are 508, 508, and minus 380, yes. And then 635, yes, and minus 254, yeah. So this is basically the full extension of this map. Okay, let's try. If we make a mistake, we will come back. But at the moment, what I'm thinking is that we will use Oja path 2 as the full sector. Okay, so so let me say Oja path, which is actually 17, is associated to the wall desert area around Ojaveda. Okay, so we do this, and to do it we need two things. We need to set the Ojaveda city. We need to set the coordinates, right? And the coordinates will be exactly this one, where sector ID is equal to 17. And then we need to set the safe location, right? Where the safe location is I mean, Oja path can be just outside Oja, I think. So I don't know where are these coordinates, but I think they're probably in the middle of the city. We can check. If I take this and I move it, yeah, it's in the middle of the city. Which is fine. Which is fine. I think we can keep the same. We can keep the same safe position. I think it's okay. I think it's okay. The safe location is basically the place that you respawn in case something goes very bad, like your character is going below the map, or is getting stuck, or is you know. So so this will be Oja path. Okay. And now Ojaveda City. Ojaveda City. Now we need to decide, because if we have two sectors which are actually having the same coordinates like I did here, I think it's a bit stupid, because basically only the first one will return anyway. I mean, you can do it, but you will basically always use the first one. Always. Now, I don't think that for Oja City we have any problems of position, but yes, basically I would like this. One problem of that though, obviously. Now the problem is that if I set this as a square, because I can only work in squares, right? When you are like sitting here outside the city, you will already be considered to be inside the city sector, right? Because we can only work with squares, okay? We cannot work with a different shapes. So, or I make this thing, or I divide this thing in squares at the best of my ability, meaning that we make I don't know, one square like this. But you see that here will be already considered inside the city. That's a kind of a problem. I think there is no way out anyway. There is no way out. I mean, there will always be a bit of a wrong overlap, right? Like if you walk and you are in this position, so let's say that you are here, right? You will be considered to be inside the city. But I don't know how else to do it, boys. I don't know how else to do it. Because in the old game, we were actually working on crossing portals. So there was a portal that you were crossing, and when crossing that portal, you were considered in the new region, right? While here we are working purely on coordinates. Is the region a map and sector a scene? They say a region was a collection of sectors, and a sector was an identified area where you were going through portals. But I think it is not gonna work anyway. So I think we need in any case, you know, to make it, even if it's not. You know, the only issue would be. I think I don't have a big problem for music or other stuff like that. I think that the lowest impact set of squares is something like that, right? Or even like this, excluding a piece of the city. And so like if I make 3 squares like that, and I consider them 3 sectors. At least when you are outside, you know. Yeah, we could also use polygons. The problem is that it's a bit harder to express and it's a bit harder to do the calculations, right? I mean, it would be nice to use polygons, but then we will need to have, you know, we will need to have an algorithm that is checking if you are falling into that polygon, and we will have to do it maybe with 70 sectors every 10 seconds for all the players in the game and all the NPC in the game and all the items drops in the game. So I mean, maybe it's not a lot of calculation, it's not a lot of additional calculations, but the problem is that it multiplies, you know, for all the players, monsters, items, and anything that happens. So it starts to be a bit annoying to go polygon. Only check the polygon if in the bounding box. No, because we can have nested, you know, we can have nested sectors and overlapping sectors, and they are based on priority. So, because for example in this city there can be a tavern, right, which is actually here, and when you are inside of this area, the music may change, the ambience may change, right? And so if you do polygons, you will have to exclude one polygon from the other. I don't know, it's a freaking mess, I think. I mean, it will be a lot more calculations. Now, it's true that our PC can do trillions of mathematical operations a second, so, but still, I don't know, seems a bit unnecessary to me, you know? Because even the polygon maybe will not be correct, and I think it must be a convex polygon, and at the end a convex polygon will not be enough, you know, if you want to do it right. So you will have the same problem when you zoom in and say, okay, I want to do this tavern, right? I want to do this tavern. In reality, this tavern is should be like this, right? If you really want to do it right. And so we are back to the same problem. Not even a polygon will fix it. You will need to have convex polygons. And I don't know, calculating, you know, I don't know. I think it's a bit of a waste, you know. Sounds were arranged based on a center. Yeah, but here we are not only discussing sounds. Here we are discussing how we split the map and how the players knows that he's in a specific area, right? And how do we know that he's in a specific area? And for example, we use sectors for weather as well. So we can say, for example, in this sector it's never raining, okay? Just because, I don't know, we think it's desert and so it's never raining, and things like that. So Unreal Engine 427 is being released. Okay, nice. Hey, I would need convex polygons in the example I gave you of the tavern, right? I mean, or even for this, you know. I mean, my real, you know, I mean, if I want to do it right, you know, my real shape for this sector is something like this, you know. You see? So it's convex. I mean, it's concave. I mean. And so I think it's a bit more annoying to do the calculation of where you are in a concave polygon than a convex polygon, right? And just in terms of mathematical subtraction of where you are, right? And so imagine you have this. Imagine you have this shape, you know, and then outside you have another area, you know, which is another polygon, and then you have another area, I don't know, which is another polygon, and now you need to prioritize and calculate exactly where you are. And you do it, you know, regularly for every player, every monster, every item. I mean, every item I don't know, because at the end maybe we don't need it, but it seems to be a bit overkill, you know, to do this calculation and maybe just assume. But it's a possibility. It's a possibility. We can do that. I mean, it's a possibility. It's a possibility. Or, you know, the other way would be to say, I don't care, I just use a square, right? But this means that when you are in this location, right, when you are here, you will be considered inside the city. So you will start to hear sounds of the city. I mean, it's not a tragedy. I mean, it's not a, you know, it's not a big issue. It's just it's just the way it is, you know. I mean, the side effect is just that someone will be here in this location and saying, why I hear the sounds of the city? Maybe say, because I'm close enough, right? So but I don't know. For now, I think can be fine. I think for now can be fine in squares. I think it's okay. I don't know if you have a nice algorithm to calculate it to calculate the bounding boxes in polygons. The problem is that I will have also to express this somewhere in the database, right? So I will have to put this polygon definition somewhere. So I don't know. I mean, I can check. The number of intersections for a ray passing through the exterior of a polygon to any point. If already shows that the point lies inside. If it's even, the point lies outside. I don't understand this. Passing from the exterior of the polygon to any point. So where is my point here? mean, how do I trace it? Ah, yes, I understand. Ah, I understand. It's a nice algorithm, actually. It actually works. Holy fuck. It actually works because if the point is here, right? If the point is here, and I draw a line, and I draw. So basically, I have to draw a line. Yeah. The problem is, how do I draw a line? How do I draw a line and intersect in Unreal? I mean, do I have a primitive to do that, or how do I calculate it? How do I calculate the number of... because actually he's drawing a line, right? So he's casting a ray. Because I mean, the precision is not a problem for me. I mean, if he's close to the border, it's perfectly fine. The only way to compute the winning numbers is sum up the angles obtained by each side of the polygon. However, this involves constantly inverse trigonometric function, which generally makes the algorithm performance inefficient compared to the raycasting algorithm. Okay, I mean, let's assume for a second that we do it, okay? How do I do it? Given a point and a polygon, check if the point is inside or outside the polygon. The ray intersect the segment though, how do I do it? Yeah, but how do I get the intersection? How do I know the intersection? For each line segment, check if one point is above and one point is below. If that is the case, the ray crosses the segment. So you're suggesting to say... you're suggesting to say... actually, my line is a collection of points, right? So I decide the granularity. I do a for each. No, but still I have the problem. I don't know how to calculate the... I don't know how to calculate the intersection. Right? How do I know if this line is intersecting this? Because, okay, this line may be made of points, which is my algorithm, okay? So this can be all points. So I check I check a specific coordinate along a line, okay? That's easy to do. I have no problem with this. But how do I check? I mean, for my line is super easy, right? But how do I check then that? How do I check this? Because this I don't have. I only have the. I only have the vertices of my polygon, right? I mean, my definition is only the vertices of the polygon. So I have this, and I have this, you know, as coordinates. But I don't have this line. This line doesn't exist. So So how can I check, you know, if a certain line is crossing this line? Maybe in Unreal there is a line intersect. I mean, two vectors. I mean, at the end, maybe there is a vector intersection algorithm. I have the center, yeah, but the center makes no difference because the polygon can be, you know, the polygon can be like this. So the center makes no difference at all. You have a list of line that forms the polygons. Yes, well, I actually have the coordinates, right? Check for each line if one vertex is above and one is below your ray. Hey, bro, but this situation, if he's convex, yes, but if he's concave, how can I do it? Again, that is not solving the problem, I think, because I can have my line, you know, my line, you know, be in any direction, but if he's crossing like this, you know, he will never know. I don't think that's enough. Check for each line. Okay. Makes no difference. Yeah, we can always do it like this, but I mean, I was drawing it like this because obviously my polygon can rotate, you know. So this polygon can be the same polygon, but in another in another rotation. Right? So you're saying draw a line. I mean, draw a line. I cannot draw a line, but you are saying get what do you mean check for each line? You say check for each line, right? What do you mean by check for each line? So the only thing that I have is are these vertices, and then I have my player position or my item position, okay, which for example is here, okay. My player is here, so I know the coordinates of this. I know the coordinates of all these points, right? I know the coordinates of all these points, and I know the coordinates of this guy, right? Now, how do I know if he's inside or outside, right, of this polygon? How do I know? The algorithms, I mean, the Wikipedia page says that there are two algorithms to do that, right? And one algorithm is to draw a line, which yes, would be an horizontal line, and is basically counting the intersections. So if we have two intersections, is outside. If we have one intersection, is inside. right? The problem is that I don't know how to find the intersections, the number of intersections, right? I don't know how to find the number of intersections because the problem is finding the intersection. So I don't think that the simple logic of saying check if it's above, you know. You use the method I described to see which polygon segment crossed the line. Then you check for each crossing segment intersection point. Yeah, but I mean, I understand it in theory if we know the intersection coordinates, but we don't have the intersection coordinates, right? We don't have these intersection coordinates unless we can get it from Unreal somehow. Maybe we can get it, right? We can get it through math. I think it's probably doable, right? I mean, it should be easy to. I mean, I think it's a simple problem to draw a line and to find the intersection. It's just a triangle, right, at the end. So it's like you are trying to find the. You are trying to find the vertex of a triangle in a specific, you know, with a specific angle. So in theory, you know, when I'm searching the intersection, it's like if I'm drawing a vertical line here, you know. It's like if I'm drawing a vertical line here, an horizontal line here, and then I'm searching, you know, the angle with B. Right? Yeah, if we have the intersection point, I understand. Segment intersection 2D. So there seems to be something in Unreal that is already getting the segment intersection. Segment start A, segment end A, segment start B, segment end B, intersection point. Okay, I think this function is doing exactly what we need, right? So the first thing that we need to do, we need to find the bounding box of this guy, right? And we need the bounding box because so we can have our line, you know, go after the bounding box. I mean, we don't want our line to do this, right? I mean, okay, horizontally, sorry. We don't want our line to do this. We need our line to cross the whole bounding box of a polygon. So I think the first thing we need is I think the first thing we need is to find the bounding box of the polygon. Whatever it is. Right? And then we need to create a line which basically is two vectors. Okay, so it's the start and end. So it's the start and end vectors, which is larger than the bounding box. and I don't know, we can decide how much, right? But we need this, otherwise the line will not be going through properly. No, the line is not infinite. You need to provide the line to this function, right? This function requires a start and end, so we need to provide two numbers. You cannot say infinite line. You need to provide actual values. So we need the bounding box to, unless we put an astronomically big value, but I don't know. We can, but I think it would be probably better to put a reasonable value. I mean, I could always put a value that is beyond the level boundaries, so that we are sure that we are outside of it, right? Because actually I know my boundaries. I mean, I know that there is a size after which I will never go, right? It's pretty big though. I mean, is a I don't know, probably in coordinates is probably 1 million and 1 million, something like that. I can probably just say minus 1 million plus 1 million in the X, right? And that will probably do it. What is this? Watch. Yeah, but I think it's doable anyway. It's definitely doable. Area loops. Sorry, one learner, what has this to do with what we are discussing? I mean, I think that this one is just describing how you can have audio in an area, but it's not what we are discussing at the moment. Yeah, but we are discussing something else. I mean, I'm not using sectors only for music, okay? I'm using sectors to know where the player is, for example, to determine weather, right? And also, I'm playing permanent sounds, right? So, for example, you have a background music. Now, the background music doesn't have a position, right? So it's not that I say my background music is sitting here, and then I give a radius to the background music, right? This is not how we do it. And the same for weather. It's not that we set a point and then we go with an area. The way we do it is that we define a specific area, which is where the player is in terms of sector. And then inside that when we know that is inside that sector, we do a number of things. For example, it can be that when you die, when you die inside this sector, you go to the death realm or you don't, just because this sector, or maybe when you pray, when you pray a god, since this sector is owned by that particular god, something happens, or something else, So the sector definition for us is a very fundamental way to split the world in pieces and to create certain effects, as a consequence of where the player is, which is one of them is sound, but it's just one of them, okay? So it's just one of them. So it's not... Okay, so let's say that we take our... so let's say that we have our point, which is actually the Y, so the vertical, you know. And then we... and then we create a line on it, right? So the line will basically be the Y of this point, and then minus 1 million plus 1 million. We can say something like that, right? And so we will have the line, right? So we have the line. Now when we have the line, we then take each segment. The problem is in which order you are taking the segment. In which order you are taking the segment. We can order them by X. We can order them by... Because we need to have the right order, right? Because if the order is not correct, so for example, if I analyze this segment, and then this segment, and then this segment, I will have a different number of trespassing vertices, right? You get a single point from each segment that crosses. No, we are not crossing yet. First we need to decide how to analyze the segments. Because I will have to call this function, right? I will have to call... I deleted it. I will have to call this function, right? And this function is taking... two lines, right? And so we need to decide... I don't know why they made it so long, but... So we are calling this function, right? And start A and end A, we have it because it's our line. So we have it. We now want to start B and end B, which is the... right? Which is one of the corners, one of the edges. Get the Y of the test object. Get the Y of the test object. Okay. For each segment test... For each yeah, but each segment... Each segment... In which order? The point number 2, right? The point number 2. For each segment test if it crosses the test array at that Y. So how do we sort point by X? Because we sort at the end. So we draw the line. Let's say that we draw the line, right? Which is our line. And we say, okay, this one is crossing, this one is crossing. So we find that there are two crossing. Maybe if there are two crossing is enough. Maybe it's enough to get the number, no? Maybe the order doesn't really matter, no? Because we are on a straight line, right? And since we are on a straight line, I mean, this one will never cross, right? So it will be 1, 2, 3, and 4. One, two, three, and 4. Yeah, but 1, 2, 3, and 4 is not working, fuck. I mean, we said that it's inside if it's an odd number, no? I mean, the algorithm was saying that it's inside if it's an odd number. No? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. No, sorry, it's the opposite. Is if it's yeah, it's inside if it's an odd number. Yeah, sorry, I was confusing the two. So if it's 4, is outside. If it's 2, is outside. If is yeah, I think it's enough to have the number, no? Because my line. What? No, I don't understand the algorithm then. Why is saying that it's counting just the number of the number of intersection from array passing from the exterior of the polygon to any point? Ah, because I have to go to my point only, not cross the whole thing. Ah, yes. Ah, yes. That's the, sorry. I was. So it's not just the line. Is so I need to take from infinite to my point, right? Left of the test point. Exactly. To my point. Yes. For some reason I was thinking, you know, infinite, but no. So to my, so actually our segment should stay to our point, right? So on the x, on the minus x can be infinite, but on the plus x must be my point, right? So, okay, so we create a line. So basically we create a line which is larger than the box on the minus x. Right? And is exactly like my x. And at my x and at my y. And my plus x and my y. Right? So I will have 2 points. One generated to the left, like here, and one which is ending with my guy. And then we intersect all of them. Now the only problem may be if he's exactly on the angle, but if he's exactly on the angle, is it going to take 2 points? No, I don't think so. It will always be 1 point. So I think as long as the polygon is defined properly, I think that this may work actually. Hello, Electra. Okay. I think we have a way. And I don't think that the order really matters, right? Because imagine that this polygon is rotated, and I will just do this by rotating the line, which is a bit easier for my graph, right? I think that even if this is rotated, you know, these other segments will never intersect, and so they will never be counted, and I think it's okay. We can go with a more crazy shape, but I think it's basically working. I think it's basically... I mean, we will never use crazy shapes like this, but it's just to say, you know, it's just to reason 1 second on... It's just to reason 1 second on this thing. So if this is my polygon, and my F is, I don't know, here, or even worst, is here, and I draw my line. Ah, yes, but anyway, I stop at my thingy. I stop. So this one I will never intersect, because I stop on the X. Yes. I think this can be good. So if I draw a line, right, like this, and then I take all my guys, I intersect with everything, and I will say 1, 2, 3 is inside. I think it's working very well. I mean, this algorithm is genius. The counting the intersecting thing, I think, is perfect. And the order doesn't really matter. So we can actually analyze. Okay, so how do we create all the segment of a polygon? Now, because we have a number of other problems. I mean, this is very nice, but we have a number of other problems, which is how do I define the polygon? How do I define the polygon in game or in the database? Because basically there is a potentially endless number of Another thing I want to see is how much does it take? How much does it take? Can I do it on? Can I do it on my bunch of tests? I love my bunch of tests. Okay, bunch of tests. $10,000. I think it will be fast. It's only math, so math usually is executed. Math is executed very quick, but you know there is math and math. So I don't know exactly what that function is doing. You know, the segment intersection. I don't know exactly what it's doing, but the good part is that it's 2D for now. Now in the future maybe 3D, but for now we keep it 2D, okay? So like we don't care about the vertical space. So a sector is everything that is in those 2D coordinates up or down, we don't care, right? That's a bit of a simplification that I did, because otherwise we would go crazy if it was 3D, right? I can put any random number. I mean, I don't really care, right? As long as this is meaningful somehow. Ah, but wait, but this one wants 2D vectors, obviously. What this guy wants? Intersection 2D. I mean, why it takes an F vector and not an F vector 2D, or a point, int point, I think it's called. Maybe it's just ignoring the Y. Okay, we can put the Y, we can put the Z on the same. We can put the Z on the same thingy. Right? I mean, it's the same. This is just a test to see how heavy is that. Maybe let's not make it identical, because otherwise it will be a bit stupid. I don't know why sometimes it's copying the whole line. Maybe it's the double click or something. It happened to me already a few times. That is. Can we print out the time or something? I want the intersection point as the result, which is another vector. How do we print out number of intersection? Hello, Ola. It's a sequence of point. Yeah, we put it. I mean, we put it basically. I mean, at the moment, I'm just putting a string, you know, and then I'm reading the string. So, for example, here I have. You see this? I have couples, you know. So the first two is x and y. The second two is x and y. I mean, I can do it like that. I can do x and y, x and y, x and y, x and y until it's finished, and when it's finished, it's finished. You know? So it will basically be 4 points, so 4 couples. So it will be 8, for a square will be 8 numbers. And so on. Anyway, this is read only one time at the beginning, so this is read only one time at the beginning. Yes and no, because, well, we will put it probably in an array. I think I can create the segments, you know, since we are testing on the segments, I can create the couples of the segments directly. Probably is easier, but I don't know. You don't care about flying mounts? Obviously we care about flying mounts. Why? We care about every creature in this world. I think probably the U log will be slower than this function, but probably the U log will be slower to print than the execution of that, but just for fun, let's see. Para-pa-pam. Don't save anything, please. Hello, Dan. You just started learning C++ today? Let's go! Let's go, man. Bunch of tests. Yes, I also have bunch of other tests, which is another function which is just checking random stuff when the server starts. You know, he's even doing some insert on the database. Oh my god. Yeah, because yeah. Let me see if this one is even called. Yeah, it's called. I think this one is called. Maybe the bunch of other tests is not called. I think the bunch of other tests was like at the end when I did. Yeah, the bunch of other tests is a bit more invasive, and it's not. Okay. I did 10,000. 10,000 is a lot. 10,000 is a lot. I mean, we don't have to do 10,000 for one character, but I think it did it already. I don't know where, but it did it already. I need wait. I need our server. Consider at the moment is not in optimized mode. Okay, so is in debug mode. I mean, not inside Visual Studio, but is definitely not the real speed. Okay. For 10,000 it took 2 milliseconds. For 10,000 it took 2 milliseconds, not in debug mode. I mean in debug in debug mode, not in shipping. It's very low. I mean, I think we can spend 2 milliseconds now. How often we need to do that check? So basically every 5 seconds, okay, every 5 seconds we are checking on all the characters in which sector they are. So let's exaggerate a bit the numbers, okay? Even if it's not really true, but let's make it reasonable but a bit exaggerated, okay? So let's say that we have, at the moment we have 1,500 NPC. Which is a real number, and let's assume that we have 1,000 player. Okay, is a lot. Obviously we will not have 1,000 player concurrently, but let's assume for a second that is 1,000 players. So we will have 200 500 things to check, plus the items that you are dropping. So if someone is dropping an item at that particular moment, we are calculating the sector where he's dropping it. Okay, so I don't know if this was these 1,000 players, how many objects they can drop in 5 seconds, but let's say they drop another, exaggerating, another 500 items. Okay, so we have 3,000 things to check, 3,000 things to check every 5 seconds. Now we have to check against all the sectors. How many sectors we have today? I think 100. Right? We have about 100 sectors. In the future we may have more. I'm not expecting that number to go that high, but let's say that, I don't know, we will have 200 sectors. Okay, let's say that we have 200 sectors. So every time do I check always all of them? Or do I check? I think I stop at the first that I find, right? Yeah, so as soon as I find that I am inside the sector, I'm stopping the algorithm, okay? So let's say that on average is half of the sectors. So assuming that we have 200 sector, on average I stop on the 100 sector, right? So I have 100 sector to run. Every sector is made of how many segments on average? I have no idea, but let's say that is made of more than 4, otherwise we are gonna use, right? Otherwise we are gonna use squares. So let's say that on average is made of 8 or 6. Let's say, I don't know if I want to go 6 or 8, but let's say that we go for 8 segments, okay? So basically every 5 seconds we are checking 8 segments multiplied by the number of average sector that we are going to check, so which is 100, so 800. So we do 800 segment checks, right? And we do it for 3,000 people, or for 3,000 things. So basically it's 3,000 multiplied by 800. Holy shit! That much? Okay. So in a kind of a worst case scenario, but still realistic, okay? Still realistic. Assuming that we have... I said 8 segments. 8 segments is a lot, eh? 8 segments. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 8 segments. Maybe 6 is a more realistic number. Let me see on this map, like 1. I will probably do 2, 3, 4. There is a bit of a special one, by the way, yeah. Can probably cut off like this a bit. I mean, it doesn't have to be perfect, right? This one is a complex one, eh? So this one is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This one, for example, is 10, but is a very special. I think that in general 10 will never happen. Will happen very rarely. Very rarely. More likely will be something like this, right? More likely will be something like this. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. I think it is more likely. I think 8 is a bit overdone, you know. But anyway, if we have to calculate it, this is every 5 seconds, though, eh? Every 5 seconds. So 2,400,000. So 2,400,000. 2,400,000 may start to be something, huh? 2,400,000 may start to be something. 2,400,000. I mean, we can limit the number of polygons. We can limit the number of polygons, right? Maybe we can have 2 ways, one that is polygons and one that is normal. I mean, it's a bit of a worst case, but maybe half of that, you know, is real. Half of that, I think, is real. So it's between half of this time that we get and it took... it's still pretty fast, though. It took from 52 to 60, so 9 milliseconds. It took 9 milliseconds. It took 9 milliseconds to do on my PC, though, on my PC. I don't think we will have this power on our server, unfortunately. It took 9 milliseconds. I mean, 9 milliseconds is not much. If we do it every 5 seconds, it means that, you know, we only spend 2 milliseconds per second. So we spend 2 milliseconds per second on this check. And it is with 1,000 players, right? Which is a lot. Which is basically impossible. I think it's doable. I think it's fine. Also, I think that the number of segments can be slightly lower than that. Okay, do we want to do it? I think we can do it. So basically, I will need to specify. I will need to specify the polygon in segments. Okay. So I need a vector A, vector B, vector A, vector B, vector A, vector B, right? So I need an A, B, an A1, B1, right? A2, B2, where basically each one is a segment, right? Because I think it's easier this way, instead of calculating again, you know, calculating again which are the segment of the polygon. I will just do it this way. So I will have a series of coordinates in the database. I will have a series of coordinates in the database which will represent all my vertices. It may be a bit annoying. Can we do it? Can we do it with a spline? Can we do it with? I mean, do we have a way to draw a polygon in Unreal or segments? We can draw splines. No, I mean, because if I can do it somehow in the engine and then just read it, would be easier for me than put it on the database, right? Because anyway, that stuff is absolutely linked to the map. So when I change the map, I have any way to probably update also the sectors. Now, if I put it on the client, someone could cheat the no, but I'm putting it on the server anyway, and the server is reading that, so the map that is on the server will win. Yes, okay. So that's fine. So we don't have that issue of, you know, hacking the data. So, so the question is, do I have a primitive which is a line? I have a plane shift spline, and I have a spline mesh actor. It's an actor with a spline component. Okay. Because maybe we can just put a spline. No, I can remove it from the database. I can just put a spline actor, and I can define the points of this spline actor, right? I will not care about the angles. I will just care about the points. Assuming that I know how to add a new point. Fuck. Usually it's control click, but it doesn't seem to do what I want to do. Probably is alt. Wait. No, it's not alt. Alt is not duplicating it. Alt is not duplicating it, which is weird. Maybe I need to click inside of it. No. Ah! Okay. Add to other point to a spline. Right click on a curve and add spline points. Holy shit. Right click. What? I don't know. The right click is doing nothing. The control right click is left. I mean, the control left click is. Bro! Please. Please. I don't see it. Edit. Open spline mesh. Convert to spline mesh. Spline mesh actor. Bro, please. Let me add 1 point, please. What the fuck? Right click on a curve selection. I don't know exactly what is a curve selection, but and select add spline. Maybe he's working only in perspective. I don't know. Seems strange that he's working only in perspective, but let's say that I can try in perspective mode. I don't know. Right click on a curve selection. If I right click, it's doing nothing, bro. It's doing absolutely nothing. Yeah, I have a spline mesh actor. I have a spline mesh actor. But you see, he has two points. So I assume that if he has 2 points, I can add another point. And the easiest would be, at least in Unreal, would be Alt and then drag, but it's not doing it. Spline, there is only this one. There is no other spline. Spline mesh component. It's called spline mesh component. Only a start and end position can be specified. GG. So this one has only end and start. Okay. Maybe I don't have the right one, huh? Add component spline. Ah, it's part of an actor? So probably this is something else, huh? I mean, I was supposing that this was it, but probably is not it. So this is only having 2. Okay, this guy is only having 2. So I will have to create a new asset, you know, which is an actor. Or can it be a spline actor? No, let's not make too much mess. Let's just create an actor, and we will call it spline. I mean, we already have the PS spline. I just don't remember what we are using this PS spline for. We have a PS spline object. I just don't remember what we are using it for. Ah, yes, now I remember. For the character creation. For the character creation. But it's okay. I think we can reuse this one anyway. Because... I think probably we search it by tag or something. Yeah, but I think for clarity, we can just call it sector... PS sector spline and fuck it. PS sector spline. So here we can add a spline. Yes, here we can add a spline. Now, if we add a spline to this guy, can I then change the spline or not? Now yes. Add point. Now yes. Now the only problem of the spline is this thing, but I mean are the corners. But I don't think we really care, right? I don't think we really care. So in theory we could use this as a definition, right? Now, assuming that I can... yes, I can do it with Alt now as well, which is very nice. So, for example, we could define our guy like this, right? We could define our guy like this. We could define our guy like this. Sorry for wandering. I came a bit late in your stream. Isn't faster to calculate where you are somewhere in a grid? Yeah, this is what we do today. So today we are using a grid. But we were wondering, you know, that there are some cases in which a grid is not enough. And so I think it would be nice. You know what? Even what we could do. You know what we could do? We could do this. We could have for all the sectors that is okay to have a square. We will use the square. For all the ones that we need a spline, instead of these coordinates, we will put something like use a spline. I don't know, right? We will put something like use. Why I cannot type? Bitch. Okay, I cannot type. GG. I cannot type. Okay. We can just put something like use a spline, I don't know, or -1 or whatever we want, right? And so if only that sector requires a spline, then we will consider it with a spline, right? Which I think is pretty powerful because it let us decide which method to use, right? And yeah, I think it's pretty powerful for that. So I think we need an example, but the best example would really be Oja. I think we can do it with Oja and with the city. Now in the case of the city will be a bit messy because is 10 is 10, but you know, and I think we can load. Then we will just need to have. We just need a way to then search the spline because the spline is anyway an actor, eh? The spline is anyway an actor, so we can search an actor by tag. We will have to search this actor by tag, find it by sector, and associate it in terms of we will have to associate it in terms, because I have a get sector get sector info by ID, no, get sector by coordinates, exactly. So that is the function that today is checking the thingy. So this one, right? I think we can associate the spline to the sector above, I mean, at server startup, right? So when the server is starting up, it's searching the spline and it's putting it into our sector info. And then and then we can have a flag, right? We can have a flag by sector. So we can have a flag here which says check if this sector is defined as a spline, and this will be a specific value, right? Which we will define, right? A specific variable. So if this sector will be a spline, we are going to use the other method, right? Of, you know, check inside polygon method, right? Otherwise we will use this method, right, which is the standard one. And if they are ordered by priority, I think it will work very well. I think it's pretty good. I think we can do it. I'm still reasoning if we should do it or not, but I think it's very nice. I mean, do we really need it? No. But is it nice? Yes. Because this will allow us to then to define, you know, because I'm thinking that this may allow us to do some fancy stuff. Let me just think to the potential problems, but so the priority idea is perfect. So if I have this tavern, right, I go through this, I check if I'm inside. If I'm inside, I win. If I go here, where is the priority considered? Because I think that we are extracting it by priority from the query. Okay, so that always works, and the iterator always goes in a sequence. Yes. I think it's doable. Boys. I think we can do this. It's not very necessary, but I think it's interesting enough, and it allows us to do more stuff in the future. So I think that probably we can do it even now. So what I will have to do, I will have to add a new variable, right? A new boolean, which is bounded by spline. Let's call it like this, maybe it's more understandable. So if the boundary of the sector is a spline, right, is bounded by spline, and this one by default should be false. Then we will have then we need to keep anyway a structure of the segments. There is no way, right? So we need a structure of a segments, which will be a T array of you can think about a circle. Now the circle will have the same problem as the square, right? That it will so if you have a circle here, you will basically have the same issue, right? That that you will include a lot of areas that are not the one you want to include. So the circle, I mean, we could also have the circle as an additional option, but start to be a bit too many, you know. Also because the important point is that you are always in a sector, so we will use this kind of special definitions only for subsectors, you know, so only for special parts of the game. Everything else will use the square. Basically, when you are in outdoors, you know, and you are like traveling on the, it will be like that. So I need a there was a tuple something. Is tuple actually still working, or I need a tuple of 2f vectors? Can I have it? I need an array of a tuple of 2f vectors, right? And this will be the segments. This will be the bounds segments. Boundary segments, right? Which anyway would be empty as a default. It will be used only if it's bounded by a spline, right? Okay. Then we need. Then the problem will be to find the spline. The question is, do we already have the level loaded? Ah, fuck! Because the level is actually stream level loaded. Holy shit! The level is level streamed, so I have no idea if I have my spline. So is my code running before the level loading or after the level loading? Fuck, I think it's before. No? Level streaming. So because the level streaming is doing it here. So if I need to access an object which is inside the level, right? This is a problem, huh? This is a problem. Because the spline will exist only after. Unless we put it now in the permanent level. We can put it in the persistent level. I think if I put it in the persistent level, probably will be there. We could put them in the persistent level. We can check. Can you put the spline in persistent level? Yeah, exactly. Is what I was thinking. That is what I was thinking. Assuming that the world is already loaded at that point, because you know there is a bit of a sequence of stuff going on here. So we need to be sure that we respect. We need to be sure that we respect the sequence somehow, right? Because I think that when we are reading from the database, this sector information is very early. Is very early in the process, unfortunately. Is here, yes. 82 sectors loaded. So I think that here we are before the world exists and before the world is loaded. I can move it. I can move it later on, but I can move it later on. I can move it. The problem is that the sectors are... it's a bit of a mess, bro. Because the sectors are needed for everything that is getting loaded. So if I load the sector after, the items will not load, the NPC will not load, and nothing will load. So I need to... probably I need to load the sectors as they are. And then when the persistent level is loaded, I'm going to load this boundary information on top. Okay? Yeah, so we need, I think we need two functions, you know. One that is preloading all the sectors, which will not change, is exactly what it is now. Right? Preload sector will stay as it is. The only problem of this is that this will... let me just check where we are loading the boundaries. Sector coordinates. Okay, but we can do a check here, you know, that we are loading the sector coordinates for all the ones that are spline. And so later on, when the persistent level is available, we will load. The only problem is that items requires that, so we will not have the boundaries defined. We will not have the boundaries defined. I'm thinking what happens to NPC if they have, if they need to do a check. So definitely needs to be after the world is loaded, but before the NPC start to think, okay? See you, Electra. Bye-bye. Yeah, we are in a grid, but I think you miss a bit of the previous discussion that we did. So yes, we have the grid, you are in the grid, it's fine, but we also need to identify special cases. So okay, let's try to do this. So we need to add no, we don't even need to add nothing to the database because we use the same sector coordinates. I just need a flag that is telling me that is using a spline, right? So we can say check if this sector is using the spline boundary method, right? And we can have something like if blah 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 equals to use a spline. I think I would like to make it explicit so we remember, because if I put like a -1, I think we will never remember this. While if I put in the database use spline, I will go like you know, I will go I remember now. So if this happens, we will load the coordinates when the persistent level is on, and then I will say check, and I will put here the function, right? I will put here the name of the function. Else, it works as normal, right? Else it works like normal. And the safe location, everything else is okay. Right? And so basically at the moment we did nothing because here we are not calling any function or anything. We just need to have user spline, right, in that. Now, I think we need I think we need another function on cache manager, right? Which is whatever. We need another function on cache manager. I hope this method doesn't have any drawbacks, but at the moment I cannot think to any, so should be kind of fine, but I'm not completely sure yet. But you know, because our game has so many ramifications that so this will be preload sector boundaries by spline, right? Which is only for the sectors using spline definitions for boundaries, right? Other will use a square. So this preload, I think we can put it just after this. It will be a new method of cache manager, right? And so here we can mention instead of XYZ. What? I skipped it. I can mention this function, right? I can mention this function. So this one will have to iterate on all the sector the same way we do the get sector by coordinates, right? So it will basically have to iterate through all of them, and yes, and it will have to check if this sector is defined by a spline, exactly, right? I also have to set is bounded by spline though, huh? I didn't do it. Okay, so we set that this one is bounded by a spline, and now so we iterate, which so if it's bounded by spline, good. If it's not bounded by spline, then we do nothing, right? Because the coordinates of this sector has already been defined as a square in preload sectors, right? So we don't override the ones that we already calculated, because that would be stupid. That would be stupid. Now, if the sector is bounded by spline, now here we need to search in the persistent level if we need to search. So I need to find actor. I need a find actor basically, right? Do we do a find actor by tag, or what the hell we do? I think we can do a find actor by tag. Find actor. No, I cannot do it like this. I need to iterate through all the actors and of a specific type. So I think we need another function for clarity, otherwise it will be a bit messy. We need to find spline by name or something, right? I think I already have. We did it already somewhere else. I don't remember where, but fuck. Tag is not a great thing to search for. Let me search by tag. There is a function that you can just I'm sure we do it. Already. I can just copy paste the code that already exists. I'm pretty sure. But yes, if I search get tag, I find all the freaking XML parsing. I will find 1 million XML parsing. Okay. Where do we do it? We do it in the... we do it for sure in the character creation. We do it for sure in the character creation. In the... You remember the bug that made your character feel tiny for Steam ago? Yes, it was unfortunately connected to the socket. I still have it, by the way. I just had a workaround, but I still have that bug. Because my blueprint was scaled, and attaching to a socket of that blueprint was scaling my character. So it's still there, unfortunately. Life choice manager. Life choice manager spline. Spline. Main spline. Fuck, there's so much code. Anyway, I can just redo it. I mean, I was just searching where I did it so I could copy the code, but it seems that where are we associating this? Set main spline. Yes, get all actors of class with tag. Okay, perfect. Get all actors of class with tag. This is what we need. Now, I don't know if it translates exactly in C++, but that's what we need. We need a... we need a get all actors GG. Gameplay statics. Okay. A game I started playing a few days ago had the same bug. Okay, maybe it was made in Unreal. Do you know if it was made in a real engine? Maybe. I mean, it's very likely. If it's the same bug. But it's very nice because you can change your shape, you know? You can change your sides as much as you want. Gameplay statics. Okay. Can I just call gameplay statics whatever? Gameplay statics. Get all actor. Can I do that? No. Get all actors of class with tag. Get all actors. Get all actors of class with tag. C++. Hey bro, C++, please. this gameplay statics is not available to me. Gameplay tags manager. Come on. You gameplay statics. Thank you. Yeah, it was my bad actually, because there is always you something. Okay, we have it, boys. Get a lector of class with tag. Okay. We need a world object, obviously. Yes, because the world must exist, right? So, so we need a U world pointer here. Well, actually, we can get it. Wait, we can get it from our spawn manager. From our spawn manager current world, because it exists there. And then I think he want. Did I use this one already? Let me just check if I used it already, because it would be a bit easier if I used it already somewhere in C++. I'm not really sure. Probably not, because I did it in blueprints. I think I did it in blueprints, not in C++. But in theory, it should be the same. No, I never did it. I never did it, my friends. Okay. So I don't know why this guy is not really cooperating, but spawn manager should exist, and current word maybe is lowercase. I don't remember. Yeah, maybe it's lowercase. Okay, I think it arrived now. No, it's uppercase actually. Current world, and then it needs a subclass of actor. Okay. And then the tag, and then the out actor, which should be a T-array of actor. Okay, so we need a T-array of actors, which is, you know, found actor, right? And but we need a subclass. So how do we do the U class? How we do the subclass of U actor? We do U class of something, or what? We do U class of. Can we do it like this? U class of spline, whatever it is. Will be U spline something, but no, I don't think I can do it like this. I don't think I can do it like this. Wait. Let me see if I'm lucky, and in the internet someone called this thing at least one time. Not in the documentation, please. Class to find, thank you. T subclass of a enemy. I don't think you can do it that way. A enemy static class. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so we just need to know how is the spline defined, and then we are good. I mean, what is the name of the spline? What is the name of the spline? Well, in our case, will be a. Fuck! It's a blueprint only class. Pain. I don't think we can see this class from. Well, we can actually load. We can actually load class. Yes, we can, because we can load class and U class. We can load class this, assuming it is always staying in the same position. But I decided to change the name, right? I decided to create what? PS sector spline. Okay, this thing. A PS sector spline. So the point will be we need to find this thing, right? We need to load. Let me just set some breakpoints because I'm starting to lose myself. Okay, so we needed to load class, right? In the same way we did here. With the only difference that I don't know exactly the syntax, but f string spline class name. I mean, I don't know if it's this or something else, because here we were loading it as what? If we were loading it as game characters, blah blah blah. So actually this one is searching. Oh fuck, we need to do again that trick. So is game blueprint underscore C. So there is again the same trick. This in theory should return the spline class. In theory. And then here we do this. And then we finally need the tag. Right? And the tag needs to be what? The tag needs to be the sector name. Right? The tag needs to be the sector name. So wait. Sector sect name. Okay. Okay. I don't know exactly what I did, but it may even work. Hello, Pierre Machine. Hi. Welcome back. How are you today? How are you today? We are doing a bit of weird stuff, but I think it's interesting, and so I'm doing it anyway. I mean, it's not stuff that is super needed, but I think it's interesting to explore a concept of having our sector not just square, but having our sector defined by a spline. Which I think is a powerful concept because we can reuse it. Now, the problem is that the spline is only a 2D spline, but I think we can live with that. I think we can really live with that. I mean, in theory, we may have levels that are also, but in that case, I don't know what to do. I mean, the Z direction is an issue for sector definition. Is really a problem. Because, for example, today we already have this problem, because today, if I look at the main city, right? If I look at the main city, right? You have houses, right? You have towers, and you have an entrance to the sewers, right? And you have an entrance, and you have an entrance to the sewers, and the sewers are actually below the city, right? Now this will be a big problem anyway. This will be a big problem, because actually now what I'm doing, I'm saying this is a sector, you know, this is a sector, and I'm going vertical on it, infinite. I mean, I'm not saying that. I'm saying this is a sector, because I'm going 2D from the top view. And so if I want somehow to say that the sewers, you know, so this part is a separate sector, I have a problem. So I already have a problem right now with the sewers. I think we can introduce a Z something, but if I introduce a Z something, holy shit. You know? So at the moment, unfortunately, in the sewer, you will have the same music that in the city and the same ambience of the city. Just because he thinks it's the same thing. Because you are actually in the same sector. I mean, I can add another parameter, which is just a pure Z, you know, above this Z and below this Z. So I can allow maximum 2 sectors vertically. So one above a certain threshold and one below a certain threshold. And maybe that's enough. Yeah, minimum and maximum start to be very annoying for the prioritization, you know? Minimum and maximum... The problem is that I don't have this information in the database. I mean, I will have to add another column, which is the Z. But I don't know. I think I will solve that another day. But it's just an expansion of what we are doing anyway. So we need to add, you know, a new column, which is okay. Can also be minimum and maximum, but my preference would be maybe to just allow 2 sectors up and down. I don't know, something like that. But because, you know, it's already complex enough. But yeah, I think we will have to do it for sure in the future. We will have to because the sewers is already a problem today. You will have the wrong music now. You can say who gives a fuck, and that could be a good way to look at it. That could be a good way to say at the end we don't care. That could be a good way. So we search this sector spline thingy, right? So preload boundaries by spline, blah 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 blah. Okay, let's have at least one sector. Let's have at least one sector in our database, right? Which is this one, and let's have one sector which is actually H central. Perfect. H east is perfect. H east, which is actually use a spline. Okay. If I do this, it means that I need in my persistent level, which is not this one absolutely, because there is the loading screen. I need in my persistent level, don't save anything. On top of Ocean, which I don't know where is it, but we will find it here. So it means that I need a spline, right? I need a spline on... What else is going on? I need a spline on top of this, which is a PS sector spline. Can I move this thing in another place? No? It's in a very bad place, actually. Because it's a bit in the middle of everything. Okay, let's leave it here. Fuck. Can I put it under maps? Yeah, let's put it under maps. Let's put it under maps. Under maps, yeah, under maps. Because anyway, it's dedicated only to maps, so let's put it here. Yeah, no, I mean, it's not a problem. I'm just saying that is something that today is broken, because when you are in the sewers, you get the music of the city. I'm not saying it's a blocking problem. I'm just saying that it's something that, unfortunately, we need to do if you want to support that. Will not be very hard, but I need to change again a bit the database structure, you know. Which I can do, but it's just okay, so we load our spline from there. So I just need to, I want to be in the persistent level, right? So this is the one that is loaded at the moment. I want to drop this spline in, and then I want to edit this spline, right? By adding new points. What is going on? PS sector spline. I need to click. I guess I need to click on one of these guys. You know, it's very annoying that we have this. Can I remove it? Can I remove the default scene route or not? I think I can, huh? Because I think there was a reasoning of the default scene route that if you are rotating the object, I mean, there is some. If you remove it, there is something happening to rotations, but I don't think it's very important for us, because we at the end we want only the points, right? So I think it will be fine. I don't know exactly how to do it, but I guess we would do something like, I mean, if it's not perfect, I don't really care, you know? Like, if it's like this, I think is enough, you know? Even if it's cutting off a bit I think it's fine, I mean... But it is an interesting test, to see if this theory actually works or not. I think it will. I mean, my feeling is that this thing will actually work. If I could see the straight angles, yeah, exactly, would be much better for me, because then I know exactly what I'm doing, you know, in terms of end result. So we need the square result, right? Otherwise we are putting it in stupid places. Hey, this one is not easy, but I think we will do that. I mean, we don't really care about it. I mean, it doesn't have to be perfect. It just have to be, you know, better than what is with a square. What do we do with the last one? I think the last one will be... The last one we don't need it, so we will go like this, and then the last one will be coincident, right? I mean, we will take the last as the... Okay. I think we will probably use this technique only for this map. I think we are building something that will be used only for this. But anyway. Now, there may be other cases. There may be other cases where we want some precision, you know. There might be. I'm not sure, but there might be. Okay, so let's say that this guy is our polygon. Now, this one is very complex. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 segments, right? So it's kind of complex, but, you know, consider that it will be excluded if you are inside any of the other sectors. So depending where is it in the list of the sectors and in the priorities, yeah, I think that, you know, all the complex ones we can test last. So maybe they will never be tested, because since we can decide a priority of testing, we can put this one at the end, right? So what is defined by the sector? I think it is a recurring question, so I need to put it somewhere. So at the moment a sector is I mean is not a you know, a vital definition, but anyway is important for us. So when you are inside a sector, when you are inside a sector, the background music is changing. The background music is changing. The ambience music is changing. So, for example, birds or, you know, or scary versus scary sounds, right? The respawn in what we call the safe location. The safe location, which is basically if you go below the map, no, if you go under the map, you respawn here, right? So it's a kind of a safe respawn point in case everything else goes to shit. We have weather, right? Weather meaning fog, you know, fog, snow, rain and whatever, right? So you can have a sector that has no snow, no rain, no fog, or it has a specific fog, rain or snow. Is defining the death conditions. So meaning if you die in a specific sector, there may be which is an area at the end. In a specific area, there may be a certain god, you know, looking over you. So if you die in a location that is overlooked by langs, something may happen. If you are dying in another place, something else may happen, right? For example, if you are dying in the tutorial area, then nothing happens. Okay, that's another sector kind of thing. And I think that's it. At the moment, there are no other definitions, right? We can decide to, well, yeah, but at the moment it's not working. But in theory, we can decide to bind a certain NPC movement only within certain sectors, so that they cannot really cross the sector. Like if they cross the sector, they go back or something like that. But it's done in kind of in another way, right? So it's done a bit differently at the moment. Now, you could have a sector as a trigger volume, right? So you could have a sector as a trigger volume. The only problem that I have with trigger volumes is that For us, sectors are maybe one inside the other, you know, and I didn't know if a trigger volume inside another trigger volume would actually be fine or not, and I don't know. And also I want to check it at a certain, you know, rhythm, so I check it every 5 seconds or so. But yeah, this is basically what is defined today. Okay, so we have our spline. Now we only need to tag this spline, so we will call it PS sector spline Oja. I mean, the name is not relevant. Use the tag that is relevant. I don't know why we don't search it by name, but I mean, why we search it by tag and not by name? Because Unreal wants to is optimized of searching by tag. Get all actors. Get all actors of class. Get all. There is no get all actors by name, right? I mean, you can do it after, but the standard search is proposing with tag, which I guess at the end is just doing the same and iterating and just getting the tag, right? But I don't know if it's faster to do it by name or not. I don't know. I always did it by tag, but okay. So our guy is this guy. Okay, is Akaist. Is Akaist. Okay, so we can save this level. Yes. Yeah, because the spline goes in the build data. So okay, so what we are doing here, we are checking the thingy, we are loading it, getting his class, finding the guy, and then we know that if we don't find it, there is a problem in the definition, right? Because if foundactors.num is 0, then we have a problem, because we have a definition in the database which is not corresponding to. So in this case, you know what? I think I'm gonna quit, really. I mean, I'm not having the server start up. So I will say sector with missing spline in persistent level, and we will say what is the sector name, and I mean, in this case we are going to return false, and this means that we will stop the server. We will not let the server go up with such an error, right? Maybe let's just have a small counter, because I want to see which ones we are actually considering like that. And we would say loaded spline coordinates for %day sectors. It's just a bit of a statistics to know how many sectors we loaded this way. It's just a kind of a double check for me to know that you know, that everything is fine. Hello, Marcelo. Hi. I think the problem with trigger volumes, you know, now that I'm thinking, because my brain was thinking about trigger volumes in the background, is that a player may load into the game in the middle of a trigger volume, right? And I think a trigger volume usually works when you overlap, right? When you cross it. I'm not sure if you are inside, it will trigger anyway. Probably yes. I don't know if a character loads in the middle of a trigger volume, but yeah, but the concept is pretty much the same. Okay, so the concept is pretty much the same as having, you know, trigger volumes everywhere and the whole map. And I just don't know what would happen to have a trigger volume that is bigger than, I mean, as big as a streaming level, right? And then sub volumes there. I don't know. I think it would be a bit of a mess. Sorry, I lost a bit track. What do we do? Blah 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 blah. So here we are just searching. So find the spline corresponding to this sector, right? By name, no, by tag equal name. Here is we do not allow to have a missing spline in case it's defined as a spline sector. So if he's saying use a spline, there must be a spline. Okay, if this guy says use a spline, there must be a spline. If not, we just quit. And now here is the complexity, because here we need to store the segments, right? So I need to create I need to store the segments. So it means that I need where is my no, wait, it's not here. It's in sector info. Yeah, it's in sector info. This monster here. Well, it's not really a monster, but I don't know this tuple if it will really work, but I think I used it one other time, and I think, but anyway, we need to create. What do we need to do? We need to scan our spline, right? So now that we have the spline, if the num is equal to 0, okay. If it's not equal to 0, we just take the first one. I mean, if there are more than one, GG. But there must be only one. So we take the first one, and now I don't know. I need to iterate on his points. So I hope that is something like get points or something like that. I really hope so, because if you cannot get the points of the spline, we are fucked. We are fucked. Wait, there is an actor at the moment, huh? Is he coming out as an actor, or is coming out? Yeah, he's coming out as an actor. Okay, so let's cast it to our spline. Ah, by the way, there's a big mistake here. What is this U animation instance? GG. What was it? U spline. What is the name of the? What is the spline thingy? Ah, fuck. No, because it is a blueprint. Fucking shit. But anyway, we can get his first component and hope for the best, right? Yes, this is what we need to do. We need to, so this is an actor, which is actually a blueprint. So we will just get his components. And I don't know, get component, what is returning? Is returning a new actor component. In theory, I don't know if I need to cast it to blueprint actor or something like that, because I think it would be probably easier to blueprint class, because if this one is a blueprint, then everything will be easier, no? Is you blueprint actor or you blueprint? Do you think it's just you blueprint? Or is a blueprint actor? A actor blueprint? No? You think it's a you blueprint? I have no idea. I have no idea. We can try to see what he comes out with. I have no idea. Because basically we need to get the blueprint, and then from the blueprint, then yes, we can get his components, right? Which I don't know if it's the same class, but doesn't seems to be. No, I think it must be a blueprint actor. I mean, if he's not an actor, he doesn't exist. Yeah, with this spline, we are going to calculate. If the actor is inside the polygon. Yes. But first, I need to understand what is this. Let me try to run it 1 second, and we see what class is this. But I think I did it already a million times, right? Because it's just a blueprint. So if I do load class, it must be a. I say actor. I say actor. Okay. Here I say actor for sure. Down here it will come out as an actor, but I think it should be a U blueprint actor or something. I think is what it's gonna be. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. But anyway, this thing is also allowing us to, you know, manipulate a bit more the objects of Unreal. So I think it's good practice for having some piece of code, you know, that we can then reuse later on if we need to do something like this. So I think it's all good. I think it's all good. I understand that maybe some of you may say, was this really needed? Why don't release this fucking game? I understand. But I think it's interesting enough. So yeah, we just use the spline just for simplicity, so we don't have to put in the database, you know, a million numbers, and it would be very hard to manage. Actually, now that I think about it, I think I should use it also for the square. I mean, if this works, you know, that we can read the spline, instead of putting these freaking numbers in the database, they're making me crazy. These numbers here, you know. I could create a spline with 4 vertices and just read it the same way we are reading here and just consider it a square, right? I think it may be even simpler, I don't know. Also for the other case. Yeah, if anyone has an idea of what this means, no idea. Sometimes it says that compiler heap reached, like if my memory is not enough, but bro, my memory, we are at 16 giga, we have other 16 giga left, so is bounded by spline is undefined. Yes, you are right, because actually is on sector. And then we need, sorry, we didn't call this one from anywhere, eh? We need to call this function. So we need to call this function, and we need to call it when the world is loaded already. When the world is loaded. So I think it should be in the begin play of the game object, in the begin play of the game state or something, because here yes, here the world must exist. You see this check? Here the world must exist. This was a check, I think. That are we using it for something? No, these 5 lines was just a check that I put there, but actually it's totally unused because here we do get word again. Anyway, so yes, you see that here the world exists, right? And here we are doing all the initialization, for example, of the weather, initialization of the NPC, initialization of the AI. Here it is. Preload all requiring world. Very, very nice function, my friend. Only random events for now, but it's pretty good that you did it this way, because we can definitely put this one here, right? And return false in case. And if it doesn't work, we exit from the server. Okay, perfect. It means Microsoft software is crap. And it's very strange because it's giving like a memory heap, whatever. And boop. I don't know. Succeeded. Succeeded, boys. Succeeded. Oh my god. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's execute it. And see if we go through that. And see if we get the spline. And see if we have anything to... anything to load. Yeah, but I think I want to transform then also the other sectors into visuals, because even if I think a spline as big as the level may be annoying to see, but... And then if by chance you are clicking on it and moving it, but... Now, my only doubt is if the spline is already loaded. That is my only doubt. That the world is not up and it will not find the spline. So here we need to see if we have at least one sector which will enter into this, right? And there should be, yes, in fact there is. Okay, the sector should be Akayo East, perfect, which is bounded by a spline. So we are gonna get this spline thingy. Wow, okay, we got it. Okay, nice. So we got the spline by tag. So we actually find our spline, incredibly enough. I just need to understand now what kind of object is this. This object is a PS sector spline Auge. No, that's the name, but what is the... Because I need to understand what I can cast it to. Class private, PS sector spline. Bro, I know, but give me something to cast it to. It's a pity that I didn't leave this line in because I wanted to see if this was valid or not, but I mean, anyway, at the end is an actor, right? I think we can treat it as an actor and we can get the child component of an actor, because actually the child component of an actor, yeah, exactly, yes, is enough. Is enough to just consider it an actor. It's not, we don't need it to have it as a blueprint or whatever, because I think that actor should have the get components, right? And I hope that this get components is the one that I need. Is getting a T set. What the fuck is a T set? It's getting a T set. A T set of a T set of a T set of actor components. Right. A T set of U actor component. A T set of U actor components. Okay. I mean, we know that there is only one inside, right? So we could in theory do this, which is a bit rough, I know, but a set. What the fuck is a set? What? No, I mean, wait. I mean, the point is, how do I navigate this thing? How do I get to the first element out of this? Can I do it like this? It doesn't seem to like it. How do I get the first element out of a set? Out of a T set? A set will not be key. Do I need to do find? I need to do find. Find what? Find an element with a given key. What do you mean the key? There is no key, it's a set of components. No, wait a second. Let me try to get root. Can I get root and then get component? Get root component, get children or something? Okay, I think this will be better. I think get children component should return an array. Oh, okay, much better. Much better. What? Scene component, get root component, get children component. Ah, fuck, this guy wants it. Okay. He wants it as a parameter. He wants it as a parameter, okay. No problem. What? Bool include all descendant. Yes, include all descendant. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so we have finally our spline. Okay, we got. I mean, it took us a bit, but we got our spline. Okay. Now, assuming that it is our spline, we need a way to. We need a way. Actually, we need to cast it to a spline thingy. Otherwise, it will never work. I don't know. I don't know what is the class for splines in Unreal. I think it was something like SS spline, S spline. Use spline component. Okay. Nice. So we can cast it to use spline component because we know it's a spline. If there is something else inside, everything will fuck up, okay? So if we start to put objects inside of it, it will never work. But so now we have our spline. Don't complain because it's correct. Use spline component is undefined. No, what do you mean? What do you mean use spline component is undefined? Are you joking? What do you mean use spline component is undefined? What do you mean? Use spline component. Spline component is a spline shape which can be used for other purposes. Include, I mean, if you want to include it, but it shouldn't be included by default. What do you mean you don't? What do you mean you don't find it? Use spline component. No, you. If I compile, I'm sure that you find it. I don't believe you don't find it. What do you mean? I mean, I need to explicitly. Okay. He doesn't see it. He doesn't see spline component. I have no idea why. I mean, this is including PS Unreal, which is at the end including everything Unreal, but okay. I don't know, I'm confused. Succeeded. So spline components by default don't do what they need to do. I don't know. They don't exist. They are not included by default. Okay, now that we have it, right? I can go my spline. And here we need a Visual Studio to help us on this. Because we need to iterate through the... Come on, bro, you can do it. Bro, you can do it. Okay. So we need to get the points. I don't know. Get points. No. Get... I mean, all points. No. Vertices. No. Endpoints. Component overlap. Clear splines. Points seems to be there. Points. Clear spline points. Add point. Get word location at spline point. What the fuck? Yeah, but first I need to iterate on the points, no? I mean, I need to know how many points I need to eat, because get word location at spline point. Is it taking a number or what? Get word location at spline point. Is it taking an index? It's taking an index. You search for it. Thank you. Okay, so we can just for into this life. We can just for. Isn't there in Visual Studio like there was in Eclipse that you type like 4E and it's automatically expanding it to. This is something that I'm searching since a long time. When I was Visual Studio expand 4E to 4 statement. I mean, in Eclipse, right? In Eclipse, in Java, if you remember, if you type 4i in English, 4i, and then you control space, it just creates a for loop for you, right? Write for and press tab to get a for loop. Really? Ah, thank you, God. So nice. Exactly. This is what I wanted. This is exactly what I wanted. So you can just say for and then does it work also for Ah, nice. Okay. Yeah, the most used is the for at the end. So you can just type for and then tab. I didn't know it. I didn't know it, but I was thinking that it was existing for sure, and I didn't know it. Okay. So we get our spline something. Our spline get number of spline points. Okay. And then what we do? Yeah, the problem is that we need to get it 2 by 2, right? We need to get it 2 by 2. So actually our I will be I plus 2. Will be I plus plus, I plus plus. Will be I equal to I plus 2. I don't know, I need to step 2, right? Because we need to go 2 by 2. And I need to get I... And I need to get I plus 1. Assuming that they are 2 by 2. If not 2 by 2, this 4 will miserably fail. And we need to put this into a tuple. Right? How do I do it? How do I do it? I do it something like that. I have no idea. The end point of one segment is the start of. Ah, you are right. Because we are going one by one, so it was is correct how it was actually, right? I plus plus. What was it? I plus plus, not plus plus I. Eh? Otherwise, we do a mess. We are incrementing inside the loop. Yes. Because is every segment. Every segment is starting from its own, yes, from the end of the other segment. Okay, So we create this, and then what we do, and then we add it to our array. So we have our array, which is called our array. Where is it? Our array, which is called this boundary segment. So we do boundary segment dot add. No, sector. It must be in our sector though. Eh? We do sector boundary segments dot add of my tuple. Yeah, the last one, the problem is that the last point should reconnect to the original point, right? Meaning I'm defining this, and this, and we want 4 segments, right? So we want the last to reconnect to point number 1 to 0. So I think we need to have a check that if we are at the last element, so if I is equal to the size of this thing minus 1, right? So if we are at the last element, no, sorry, not num. This is not an array. Minus 1, right? If we are at minus 1, so if we are at the minus, so if we are at the last element of the points, create a segment connecting the last point to the first point, right? Because I'm not closing the loop. I'm just, so all my splines are open, right? But that's fine. So if right, so I need to do something like that, but so I need to do so I will get 0, right? So if we are at the last, we reconnect with the 0, right? Or we do it out of the 4, is the same. We can also create the last. Is it cleaner if I do it after the execution? It's about the same, because basically I will have this last. Yeah, maybe it's a bit cleaner though. Maybe, yeah, I think it's cleaner. I think it's cleaner. So we go minus 1, and then create the last element. Create the last element. A segment connecting the last point to the first. Yeah, it's much cleaner. Also because it always happens, right? So it's not an if. I mean, it's happening anyway. So I think you can take. I can take I or not, because I will still be valid. No, I is inside the shit. I need to get spline points. I need to get number of spline points. Number of spline points. Is it 0 based? I guess. Huh? Is it 0 based? We have no idea if it's 0 based. I assume it's 0 based, so I would do minus 1. Right? I don't know. I don't know if at spline point is taking a z. I mean, it start from 0. But if I do 0 here, then I assume. But I don't know if this spline point is considering starting from 0. I have no idea. I don't know. Well, if this works, Let's make it consistent with this, right? So -1 because we start from 0. Get number of spline points. We said -1, so yeah, for sure it's -1. I mean, at least, well, for sure, I don't know, but okay. So we create the shit and we put it into the sector, right? This will be the last tuple, and we put the last tuple in. Okay, so all this mess to basically just read the spline and create segments. Okay, which, okay, I mean, is nice, but okay, I mean, that is the thing. All this mess was to create the segments associated to our sector, which we are then going to check when we do the check, right? Succeeded, very nice. We can see just if this runs okay, and maybe I start in debug mode. And if this runs okay, then we need to do the other part, which is the actual check, right? Which is the actual check, boys. Which is the actual check. Okay, so we have our guy. We go up to the spline. Let me see if we get the proper... Okay, we already crashed. Component is 0. What the fuck? I mean, this actor is no... because only as a root. Yeah, stupid me. My mistake. My mistake. The root is our guy. The root is already our guy. It's simpler than this. It's simpler than this. Because the root is already the spline. Because I removed the root. I removed the default thingerinos. If there was the default in between, the default would have been the root, and then the child would have been the child, right? So this can be a problem though, because this may fail. I mean, if we do it again... Wait a second, because if we do it again, I think we may forget that thing. I think we may forget very easily. Spline must be the only element of our PS sector spline actor. Yeah, I think I know it's only for me, but I'm going to say it anyway. Because in 1 year from now, I will add a new sector, and I will completely forget about this, and at least I will see the message, you know. So if we don't find it, it means that we didn't properly define it, right? Okay. Because by default, they all have the default scene component. The default scene component is in the thingy. It's in the thingy. This music is insane. This music is so good. It's cave story. Okay. So we have the spline. We get the spline points. We create... Okay, I think I can just go through and fuck it. We see what is the result. We have 10 or something. Okay, let's see what we created. Which monster we created. We created a monster of 12 points, of 12 segments. Which I think is correct, actually. I just want to see if the last one equals the first one. Yes, it does. Okay. We also have the Z, but the Z, we will not care about it. But yes, the first is the last, so it seems to be good. Let me just see if they are paired properly. Yes. Are we storing a lot of useless information, boys? Fuck, I think we are. Why we stored all this double information while we could just run through the... Fuck, my bad. I'm stupid. I mean, there is no reason why we register all the information double, because when we are going to do the check, we will have to pass anyway. To scan the array. So an array of vector would have been enough. Fuck. I did something useless. I mean, not useless, but it could have just been an array of vector, and then when we do the check, we just go, you know, 1 2 1 2 1 2. But okay, fine. We have it like this because we like it with tuple. Maybe I will change it later because it's really not needed. It's really not needed. It's already annoying me. It's already annoying me, but it's okay. For now, let's go. Now what? Now we just need... Okay, this is loaded properly, which is very nice. And everything works. Now we need the check now we need to write the check. So when we do get sector, right? Because inside of this there is get sector. And get sector by coordinates, right? Okay, I will lower the music. We heard enough of paparaparara. Enough paparara. So when we right? I told you I had to make an array of... No, it's just a stupid thing. I mean, it's just... No, it's the same. It's the same. It's this... No, because the array is anyway dynamic. It's not like in our old game that we had to extend like the array, but... no, actually it was dynamic also in Crystal Space. Arrays were dynamic by default. CS array. And so if we arrive here, right, and so we are in a sector that is defined by a spline, what I need to do, check inside polygon method. What I need to do here, I need to get our sector boundary whatever, right, which is an array. I have to add a for expansion. Now I can use it. Why is defaulting to sides T? This sides T has always been annoying to me. So we cycle on our sector bound segments array, right? And we extract from it the tuple. How do you say tuple? Tuple in English? I have no idea.
Tuple.
Tuple?
Tuple.
Okay, tuple. Ta. Why ta? Why ta and not tu? And not tu, t, ta. Yeah, because it's like cut. Yeah, cut. Ta. Cut. Yeah. It's like cut. Yeah, it's the same. They're always right. They are always right, fuck. Okay, tuple. So our tuple. So what do? We get this, which is our tuple, right? Which in the future will just be the array. But anyway, it's a bit more handy, let's say, to have the tuple like this, which is a tuple of f vector, whatever. Which is very nice. And then with this tuple, what do we need to do? I already forgot everything we need to do. We need to... So we said, okay, find a box of the polygon, create a line, starting in a vector, which is larger than the box. Okay, so we need to use this fmat segment intersection at 2D. Fmat segment intersection 2D. Okay, so we need to use this thing. And we need to give it what? We need to give it our line, right? And our line will be our line start and our line end, right? Our line start and our line end. So our line start, we said that is a vector. That is, what is it? Is a vector that goes to the x. It goes like -1 million, right? So which is for sure outside of the given path, right? On the x. On the y, we take the y of our guy, right? And so we take position dot y. And for the z, I mean, being a 2D, I think the z doesn't make any difference. I really hope that it's not reading the z, being a 2D vector. I mean, I can take the position of my guy, but in theory, you know. I mean, I would prefer anyway to put it at 0, so that I'm sure we are not. I think I would prefer also to put at 0 the other shit. So the. I mean, to be sure that we are not loading any information in the Z. Even if in the future we will need the Z, right? Hello, Electra. How was your dinner? We will need it in the future when we do the Z thingy, so maybe we can leave it. So the start is -1 million, position y and 0. The end is position x. Position x, position y and 0, right? Wait a second though, because here I will forget my life for sure. Raycasting algorithm. Oh my god, how is rhythm spelled? Rhythm, without the I. Rhythm, algorithm. Okay, like this. So we create our line. So we create an horizontal line. So basically here we create an horizontal line starting from infinite and going to our position on the same y. Well, it's horizontal, so, but anyway, on the same y. And then here we check the intersection. So we check the intersection of our line with all the segments, right? So we need our line start, our line end, and then we need the tuple dot bro. Okay, key and value. Okay. I mean, anyway, to be clear, I mean, anyway, if we didn't do the 1+1 there, we would have done it here. So in reality, in terms of cycles, is the same. The only difference is the memory that I'm using, but I don't think that two numbers are going to do, you know, any problem with our memory, considering we have 100 sectors. But in theory, it's very stupid. Okay, using the tuple is memory inefficient. You got a lasagna, very nice lasagna. Italian dishes, Italian dishes ruling the world. Easy win. Okay. This guy is going to give us an output, which is if he finds or he doesn't find that thing. So point found, right? Point found. Point found. Okay. Now what? Now we sum up. What happens if it's 0? I mean, what happens if it doesn't find it? Returns true if there is an intersection. What do you mean true? Ah, okay. It's returning true. So it's also a boolean. It's returning the point, but it's also returning if it's true or not. So we need a points found somewhere. Yeah. So int points found. So if points found, right? We increments point found. Now now what? Now we have, so now we know how many segments have intersected, right? We know how many segments have intersected. So the algorithm says that if is 2 is outside, correct? Yes. I mean, if it's odd or if it's even. Yes, if it's odd or if it's even. So if odd, let me copy this. So if it's odd, it shows that. Don't consider the point found with an x bigger than the x position. No. It's already done by the line, because our line is stopping. Our line is stopping at the right place, so that's not needed. That was needed. Okay, that was needed only if we had an infinite line, right? Which was the previous case that we were reasoning, me and you. But now we have a fixed position x, and so it should be fine. So now what do we do? So if it's odd, okay, how do we do odd? We do the module. Oh no, the module is always the most weird operations existing in this world. But we do module, no reminder, right? So we do our points found divided, which I mean module 2. And this thing should return a float. No, and this thing returns what? This thing returns the reminder. And if the reminder is 0, right? If this is different than 0, right? If this is different than 0, then if it's different, it means that is inside. Right? We are inside the sector. We are inside a sector. Okay. So if we are inside a sector, I don't even need the bool. I just return the sector. Okay, GG. GG. I just return sector, and the algorithm is finished. Do you think it will work? Equal to 1 or equal to 0? Correct? Different than 0? I don't know. And yeah, I think it's the same. Okay. Okay, boys. Crossing your finger. Now it's time for the drum roll. Well, we are not really sure that it will work, but we are very close to it. So yeah, different than I just don't know if he's returning like 0. 0.2 or something. Ooh, la drum roll. I mean, anyone can drum roll. You have the points. It's costing only 10 points. You can do it, one learner. You can just !redeem drums, and you can do it yourself. But it's true that Hula is the official drummer. Okay, so we're gonna start. Let me just check that everything is in place. So we have a user spline for this sector. We just need to be sure that this sector is considered before the bigger sector that is contained into, right? Which is actually Akka Central. So we need to be sure that this guy has a priority which is lower. Wow, his priority is 0. Holy moly. Okay. I guess a 0 is good enough. But I think I do it check. No, let me do 1. Let me do 1. Because 0, I don't remember if I do it. And 1 priority is the Idla Temple. Okay, perfect. Let's go, boys. Let's see what happens.
Time to get serious.
He returns an int. Ah, okay. He doesn't return the real reminder. He returns just if he has a reminder. I don't know. That operator always confused me. Time to get serious, boys. Time to get serious. I think it may work, actually, you know? I mean, we also have this nice printout. This is telling us how many sectors... log cache log. It doesn't have to be log cache. I think it can be log start server. But anyway. Okay. The server is running. Server is running, my friends. I think it should work, but I'm not sure. We will see. Server is still loading. Server is loading all the maps. Yeah, putting it on a persistent level resolved the issue, because you see that it's still loading all the maps now, so... Okay. Wait, I need a breakpoint actually inside of this, I guess. Yes, he got it. He got it. Okay, I think I need to let go the thingy, or... but he actually got it. Now, I don't know if he returned... I mean, definitely checked it, okay? He checked it. He checked it. Now, how do we know? How do we know that we are inside that sector and not inside the other sector? When I do /pause, very easy. I can do /pause and and the game is telling me in which sector I am. So in the moment I'm in Idla Tavern, okay. So let's teleport to Oja. Let's teleport inside that spline. Let's teleport like at this location. Right. I remove the breakpoint. Now here I am inside, 100% inside. I think it failed. Because he's saying Akka Central. And Akka Central is the other one or no? Or is our sector? I don't remember if it's Akka Central or Akka East. Wait. Is it Akka East or Akka Central? I think Akka Central is the container. Ah, but fuck, Akka Central has 0 as priority. Shit. Okay. Let's put this as priority 10 and let's redo the test. Because at the moment, the bigger sector is winning. I was thinking the other one, but this one is the also... Okay. We need to redo the test, boys. We need to redo the test. I'm sorry. But I think we are close, eh? We are close, eh? We are close. If this thing works, it may be good. We may have splines. We may have splines. Which in reality are polygons, but we will not tell anyone. We will not tell anyone. So there is another thing, you know, that we need to put. Did I see a red thing going through? Like if it was a critical error. Ah, yes, it's this stuff. Yeah, that's okay. It's okay. It's known. I don't think we need to do this anymore. I mean, I don't think we need this breakpoint anymore. No, what I was saying while the server is launching is that it is the typical thing that we need to put, you know, in that file that we started yesterday, where I started to put all the setup that we called how do we call that? Yeah, content configuration. Because this one is exactly something that I will forget. So, how to define sectors, right? So we will put a page here, and in this page we will explain how to create the spline and all that stuff. Otherwise, in 1 month from now, it will already be gone from my mind. Easy. Easy. Okay, so here we are inside, boys, huh? Here we are inside. So what we want to see is Akka East. Yes! Yes, he's saying Akka East. He's saying Akka East, boys. Okay, but this is not enough. This is not enough as a test, obviously. Obviously. It is not enough as a test. So we want here to see where we are. And we are in Akka Central. Yay! Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. Okay, let's go where we know that is a bit fucked up, so that we are at the border, okay? I think, for example, I remember where we are at the border. For example, I mean on the other side, not here. But because I cut off, you know, I cut off a bit the thing by purpose. But anyway, I think it's super efficient, because consider that it's considering only if the sectors before didn't trigger, right? So for example, I think if I no, it's not here. Is it here? Yeah, I think that, for example, here I think I cut off the thingy. I don't remember because I cannot see it from the top. Here we are still Akka Central. I think there is another bump. It's very nice, huh? It's very nice. Oh my god, I will never be able to walk here. No. GG. What the fuck is this thing? It's so deep. Okay. We will cheat a bit. We'll cheat a bit. Okay, so here we are basically at the back now. I don't know exactly where I am, but I think I'm at the back of the back. But I think if I go like at this border, it may be cut off. I don't know. No, it's still Akai. So this is inside the spline. This is the problem is that we don't have land. Wait, I can set my gravity off, and I can slide myself forward 20. I set the gravity off. Ah, I didn't say me. Fuck. Okay, now I have the gravity off. Now, because the point is, there is a part of the city. That I remember it was cut off. I just don't remember which part, but there was a part. So I went. Okay, around this I went perfectly. Ah, there, exactly here. Here I cut it off a bit, right? Here I cut it off a bit. So if I go this direction, yeah, don't look at my legs because it's normal. It's normal because there is no gravity. The IK cannot. So if I go vertically here, right? And I do pause now. Yes, I will be inside east. Perfect. If I go this way, about more 50. I'm in central. Okay, it's working. I think it's working very good. I'm just testing a bit, but I think it's working very good. Okay, let's try another test on this side, okay, just to be sure. So, here I'm inside. Yeah, I'm in east. Okay, perfect. I don't know, let me go 50 more. But I think it's working, huh? I'm just doing more tests because, you know, the typical mistake is to assume that it's working, and then you discover 3 months down the line that there are some cases that it's not working. And you have to go back to your code and you're going crazy because say, fuck, I don't remember what I did. How to do this, you know? So it is still east, central. Yeah, it's very good, it's very good. It's nearly at the border. It's very good. Yeah, it's very good, boys. Set me gravity off. Gravity is already disabled. Oh no, I meant on. Boom. Okay. Yeah, I think we are good, boys. We did something nice. I mean, it was I think thanks Strick for the idea, because actually you triggered the idea, right? With a question like, why you don't do polygons? And And then we went through this, but I think it's nice because we can now GG. We can now define splines only when needed, right? Which I think is very nice. I'm thinking if I should undo this tuple thingy, but you know, if I don't do it here, I have to do it anyway on the other side, creating the couple and then comparing the couple. So I can even leave it. I don't know. It annoys me a bit, but so basically, yeah, I think I will change it maybe. So basically now we can, you know, define sectors the way we want, and so we can have music inside the city only, which is actually the music of the city, which is the reason why we started this, because we want to have, you know, in a specific sector, which is H Central or H East, you know, the right music and the right ambience as a background and so on. And we can create another one inside for the tavern, where inside the tavern there is even another thing. And now the beauty is that we can do it graphically. Now what I'm thinking is why we don't transform also the square into splines and we just check them as square, because I mean I think that, but I think it's okay. I think we can leave the square for the full level, you know. So when it's the full level, we use the square, and when we have special cases, right, inside is perfect. You know what is the other beauty of this? Because actually I missed one point in the list of sectors. I missed one point, which is random generated events. So actually random generated events are grouped by sector type. So meaning that you can define, so imagine that you have a forest, right? Which is a big sector, but then you have I don't know, a river which is going through this forest, right? And you want along this river to have certain places, right? Which are potential places where I don't know, some creatures are actually spawning, right? And you can group them by type, so you can say spawn type, whatever. So we can define these as sectors in the same sector type, and the random generated events will randomize the spawning of those events inside those sectors, right? So it's pretty. So the fact that now we can use the splines, I think it can help that. To do it. This part of Javeja looks a bit like work in progress. Yes. On the other hand, all the game is work in progress. Yes, exactly. But if you want Electra, we can work on it, okay? We can take one day and work only on the expansion of Ojaveda, okay? I can do it. It's doable. The problem, you know, is not doing the graphics, because doing the graphics is, I mean, we already have all the primitives and we can. The problem is putting in the NPC and the content. So the real content is not this house or that house, you know, which I can put, but the content is who will live in that part of the city, which quest will be in that part of the city, which items or merchants you will find in this part of the city, right? So that's the problem. So if you want to help, and to design, you know, who is living here, then I can do it. Because my problem is that if I do it, you know, if I make this part of the city and then it's completely empty, I mean, it will not really help, right? It will not really be of any help. So this is the city. So this is the city. From the top, right? Actually, the only playable area is there. So yeah, but I can do it in Unreal. Is easier. Actually, I think I already have it in this picture. Yeah, I destroyed it a bit, but we have it in this picture. Yeah, so can you take a screenshot of this? Can you take a screenshot, Electra, of this? Well, actually, let me do it differently. Wait. Let me do it better, because actually I can outline the... You have an house in Oja? Right. Param pam, param pam, param pam. Okay, so we load now, so I can do something better than this. I can do something better than... No, wait. Yes. No, I'm thinking to different things how to do it better, but I think the only way is this. There's no other way. There is no other way, my friends. Okay. So this is the entrance today. Okay. This is the entrance. Right? And this is Brado, for example. And just to give you a reference, but I think you will know it. Now the playable area, the playable area today is only this. Right? It's only this. So the question is, what the hell we put in all the rest? Right? Are you on Discord, Electra? What is your Discord name? I don't know, because people are changing names every 2 seconds. You are not on Discord. Why? Why? Anyway, take a screenshot of that. Can you take a screenshot of this? And can you give me names of NPC, quest, items, ideas, anything to put in all the other areas that are not playable today? Considering that these are the Pterosaur stables, the Pterosaur thingy. I mean, if you want to do it, but we need to design the rest of the city. I think I want at least some ideas on the rest of the city, because otherwise I will put it in. You know, imagine that I put all the houses with the doors, everything is working, I put some but then it's completely empty, you know? I think it's a real pity, no? I think it's a real pity. Yes, just update that one. Okay, guys, I don't know if I want to do more today, but I think that maybe is enough. I will continue on. I will continue on the music. We can anyway continue tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'm not sure. Tomorrow evening, if I'm playing Cyberpunk or not, I need to understand it. I need to understand if tomorrow evening we are gonna play I'm writing a message to understand. Tomorrow is Friday, yeah? Yeah, tomorrow is Friday. Tomorrow is absolutely Friday. Okay, so I don't know if if I'm available or not. I don't know, but potentially I will be. Let's see. Okay, guys, I think I'm gonna go. Thanks for watching, and see you tomorrow. Let's see if we can raid someone, which is always nice. It's always nice to raid someone. It's always nice. No, there is no one of the guys that I know that are actually streaming, so maybe not. Maybe another day. Absolutely Friday tomorrow. Okay. Good to know. So I'll speak to you soon, boys. Have fun. If you're new, you know, you can always click on follow on Twitch and always subscribe on YouTube, which is free. And also, you can check our Patreon site, which is patreon.com/planeshift, where we are actually one person away from reaching the goal of 50. So maybe you want to join, I don't know. See you, boys.